von Däniken's hypothesis will have an increasing effect on society, science, literature, and art. The search for extraterrestrial intelligence is a concern that affects all of humanity.
For me, it's like souvenirs of the past. Some of our human forefathers had contact with extraterrestrials. They were here, they visited us, they were in contact. Something happened in the deep past, and it will happen again in the future.
The author of the sensational international bestseller and the most compelling non-fiction publication of all time is back in London for the first time in 25 years to celebrate Chariots of the Gods' 50th anniversary. Eric von Däniken Legacy Night. In this 2-hour special, you are invited to share with Eric his most influential discoveries and revelations. Learn about his incredible life journey as an author and researcher. Meet the team behind the highly anticipated Chariots of the Gods 360-degree entertainment franchise. Eric von Däniken Legacy Night, live streamed from the Princess Anne Theater, BAFTA 195, Piccadilly, London, October 15th, 2016. For more information and to purchase tickets, please visit zoharstargate.com.
Hello, this is Dr. Rand.
Well, good evening, Mr. Dr. Rand. How are
Good
you?
evening, Michael, my man. How are ya?
I am so fine, and you know, you sounded so eager to do more shows. I thought, well, why not tonight?
It is so interesting when your producer called this afternoon. I was in the midst of researching for my next appearance on your show, an earthquake update, and I had just finished it, and then Autumn calls.
Oh,
I thought,
perfect.
here we go.
Because that's
This
where
is
I
one
was.
of those.
Yeah, That's
You
where
and
I'd
I
like to
did
go.
not plan this. We have not. You again. Let's be very clear here, Michael, with everyone.
No, we did not plan it. We didn't have time to plan it tonight.
No, 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 no. So there'll be a reasonable amount of time that we would like to spend on discussing this earthquake program that's going on, because I think it started.
You could be right. I mean, there's a few biggies that happened within, what, a 24-hour period?
Yeah, how about 8?
Oh, how about 8?
And they're scattered all over the globe.
Yeah, so Dr. Rand, this could be what you've been talking about and others for a very long time now, and so let's talk
But
about it.
I don't want everybody out there, oh, the doom and gloom, he's forecasting the end of the world. No. Let's not go down that rabbit hole, okay?
Well, I
Fair?
got no problem.
Is that fair?
That is very fair. Yes. I've got
But we should be aware, and anyone who's not listening, I can only assume is not interested.
Well, and those people will be there, but I can guarantee you more are than are not interested, because everybody's looking for answers, and while they may not take what we talk about tonight as answers, I suggest they do their own research, but nevertheless, at least we're talking about it and we're trying to figure it out, right?
Well, as long as they allow us on the air.
Sure, yeah, tell me about it. Did you hear about what happened to me today?
No, I did not.
Oh, well, I was in battle with Clinton. Hillary Clinton was giving her live speech today, and it came right after Donald Trump's speech. Well, I was on the live Facebook feed, and I was battling all the people, and I was putting in the facts and information, stuff I knew. And it's a coincidence now, I think, but some guys were over in the yard across from me, kitty corner. They had no uniforms on or nothing, just back there. And they said that they were there. Autumn asked them what they're doing, and they said that they were there to put in a part to make the internet stronger. Minutes later, the short story of it is the power goes And I could no longer battle with Hillary Clinton. So what happens is the power company winds up saying that there was a secondary power line that was cut over there, and that so they had to repair it. So yeah, we are lucky to be on tonight.
Well, gosh, I don't want to go any deeper into this conspiracy stuff because
Okay. Well,
not that I don't want us to discuss it. Alright, let me rephrase myself because I don't want to be misquoted tonight. Alright.
Okay.
I don't want to be quoted once again as saying anything but what we believe to be is the truth of what we talk about. Because the thing that's being challenged right now on both sides of this, this political coin, it's like you've got this beautiful, you've got a gold coin in one hand and you've got a silver coin in the other. And I'll let you make the left match up with whatever coin and the right match up with whatever coin in the individual person in our little story here, okay? Now, all of a sudden, both of those coins have become very hot in your hand. So you wind up flipping them side to side over and over and over and over. The question is, which of these two coins is going to prove to be the one that you will wind up embracing or having to embrace?
The one that's got more gold in it.
Okay. So then the gold is going to be the right. And the silver is going to be the left. Alright, that's fine. Now look. I do want to get to the earthquake thing, but I still see this pattern emerging that we've been talking about now for what, the last three shows. This, my little sand crab people who are out there by the millions. I think there's between, I'm going to say this again, between 5 and 10 million of these absolutely clear-headed, good-hearted, loyal American citizens who just really don't give a rat's rotting you-know-what about politics. And the only time you ever hear from them or see them, or the only time they go out to vote, is when things get really, really, really trashy. And they're like the guardians of the United States.
Oh, and they have gotten there.
This 5 to 10 million people, if they rise up, if they get up out of their couches and their chairs and get in the Chevy or the Ford and drive over to the polling place, they will be the ones who will save the country. They will be the ones who will make the difference. And I say that with all due respect, because I'm kind of one of those.
Well, let me ask you this really
I've
quick.
completely fallen away from the Republican, so-called Republican conservative
But
party.
Dr. Rand is who, no matter who wins the presidency, I hate saying that, but I will. No matter who wins it, do you see, I mean, are they gonna be notified about Planet X? Should it be real? Should it be out there and it's coming?
I don't think that it's, unless something spectacular happens, either with the appearance of the UFOs or the sudden thing of the earthquake, I'm not sure there would be enough time to bring to the attention of books like mine. And by the way, mine is not the only book out there. Our book is called The Return of Planet X. It was one of the first books that ever made it out of the stall ahead of this Planet X wormwood frenzy. Anyway, there are at least another 100 books out there that I highly recommend, that I would totally stand by and embrace, also supporting this concept. Why it never took off to the extent that I thought it would is simply because the scientific community fought it so desperately, tried to destroy me a couple of times. The scientific, that's the astronomy guys who knew all about it, of course.
Yeah.
Anyway, where we're headed is a period in the next 30 to 60 days. I guess that's a segue into the earthquake thing. That's going to be extremely foretelling of Earth's future in the next several months. And I'm not trying to scare anybody. I'm not trying to bring fear of God upon you. That's not the point. The point is, we are rapidly approaching that X zone factor time span. We've got, what have we got? 80 days left till the election?
No, not
78,
even 73, I think, or 74.
74. Alright, I stand corrected. 74. Alright. Now, I suppose if something spectacular happens and suddenly Planet X becomes the subject of the discussion on nightly television.
Oh, the election be over.
Maybe yes, maybe no. All depends how this earthquake thing shakes out. So there's the segue.
I mean, well, here's the thing. If this thing, if it's visible, people could find out that this is really coming and really gonna happen. I can guarantee you, nobody's gonna worry about voting on November 8th. I promise that. I'd be the only one.
If the other thing we have to either recognize or take into consideration is the fact that supposedly, and I have copies of at least a half a dozen of reportedly accurate, authentic pictures of PX that have been sent. Once again, it's been a very clever cover-up, and once again, they do what they always do. They tell you about it. They made the announcement, don't forget. The first announcement was made all the way back in 1983, remember?
Oh, I do.
And then in 84, the U.S. World News ran another very interesting article, even naming it again, renaming it Planet X. They're the ones who called it that. I did not. I cannot take credit for that, and I never have. Okay? It was NASA itself. Now, when you put all the pieces together, which is what our book does, by the way, it is available at Amazon.com, and it's half the price on the cover. It's a great deal.
Okay.
All right. We're going to be tested. Those 3 towns that were wiped out in Italy, central Italy, and that was
They're calling them towns, but they were like cities.
24th.
Yeah.
It was only a 6-2. I'm not being facetious.
But remember,
That was not a big quake.
But remember, they wound down the Richter scale a while back by some degree. So, you know, it's always bigger than what they're telling us now, I think.
Well, but here's the thing. The topography of the land in central Italy brings about a lot of building on the sides of mountains, and these towns were all carved out of the mountain. Picturesque, beautiful beyond view, all the way back to the days of the Crusaders, in some cases, you know, these towns. But they're all built on the sides of mountains that were shaking. There's no brain. This is not an,
But Dr. Wren,
a central computer program that'll take you 6 months to figure out. No, of course not.
I had the USGS had been, I had them coming. I couldn't believe it for like 3 days straight at one point, not too just recently. I seen, big ones popping up because that's the only ones I want to know about are the bigger ones. And so, and I'm, I remember the third day I opened my email and I said, again? I just couldn't believe it. I'm like, what the hell?
We said that was going to happen. We predicted this was going to happen. I think they're starting.
And the hurricanes, too, I think those are getting fired up.
There's another storm brewing right now in the subtropics.
But in fairness, it is hurricane season now. I would be...
Oh, yeah. I'm surprised there haven't been more.
Well, yeah, but the real hurricane season, I think, has just started. So it'll go.
It starts at the end of August. September, October have had a lot of hurricane surprises. Now, it could be that this year's political October surprise could be a massive hurricane. That would kind of dampen things, wouldn't it?
Anything like that would. I mean, and these been going on and on. You got Louisiana, you've got what happened in South Carolina not long ago. We had historic rains.
Oh, no, I'm not saying all hell hasn't already broken loose.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that at all. I just didn't want to bring those things up as another reminder of how crappy Mother Nature has been having with us.
Now, Dr. Rand, some like to blame HARP and things like that. And I get in the middle where I believe all those things could be a factor in some of this, but I don't give them credit for everything that happens. Every earthquake, every storm cannot be.
Let's say this.
Except for their geoengineering, maybe that interferes with it. I don't know.
Let's allow me to say this much about HARP. I'm not a big conspiracy guy about HARP, yet I fully understand its implications.
And then there's CERN too, so it's CERN. Like never ends.
Now, any segment of humanity that would openly use technology like that to harm its own nation and or friendly nations, or for that matter, any humanity in general, any human element that would dare release that kind of horror and agony and death should be hunted down.
Yeah.
That's criminal. It's homicidal. And it's debased. Now, with all that said, I came off the soapbox. If there's any element of HARP in what's been happening during this last, let's just go back 60 days. Just the tornadoes yesterday in Indiana. You see, this is what no one is putting the little pieces together. They're not little pieces. I don't mean to diminish the tragedies. We're being destroyed by 1,000 cuts. That old Japanese, thing where, they kill you with 1,000 slashes of the sword. These little things that are happening have been going on not just for the last 6 months or the last year or 2 years or 3 years or 8 years or 10 years. It's more like 16 years ago is what we reported on in the book. All this earthian misery began with the beginning of all of these
But Dr. Rand, for a good deal of people, they're saying, well, these things are happening because of global warming, and they're being told that SUVs and the jets that Hillary Clinton gets around in and stuff are doing. So,
right,
what do you? How do you convince those people?
Let's do that one for you. How's that? Let's take that one head on right now.
All right.
Okay, look. It's not Mother Nature's fault, nor is it Mother Earth's fault, or Urantia, whatever you'd like to call her by her ancient name, Urantia. She is only responsible for what signals the sun sends her, because everything that transpires on this planet, every breath, every piece of life, every little plankton in the sea, every little bird in the sky, and bison on the Great Plains. And I can be very poetic. Without the sun, not one of these items or creatures or life form beings would exist. Nothing. The earth would be another cold, dead, lifeless orb. Oh, something might survive, I suppose, way, way, way down under. But for the most part, Earth would be a frozen planet.
Yeah.
Okay. So, if we just stop, just freaking stop with all this political nonsense and try to understand that what's happening to this planet and our society and this nation and all the nations of the world is being very much so frustrated by the antics of what has been going on in near outer space and being covered up, what we believe, extensively by a wonderfully camouflaged government program.
And see, and that's what I want. I want to see it.
It's okay. It's okay because they may have been right. They may have been right about keeping it totally, totally secret. And I'm not siding with the enemy. I'm only saying to you,
well,
maybe the planet would have gone a little bit wacky smacky.
Well, if they
Okay.
want to save themselves, the best thing they can do is not tell us, probably. But
That is true. That is true. But let us not remember the psyche of the planet right now is very, very, very thinly veiled between good and evil.
oh yeah,
Okay.
with the hacking and stuff going on now, I mean, come on. Hey, hackers, if you're out there, you get into anything good, I'm not telling you to and I'm not asking you to, but if you do, I'd like to know about this. Maybe you could tell me, you get some. Would it be something if somebody finally got into those files and shared them and they finally got out that it's true or it's a false or it would be nice to know for damn sure. And you're my friend, and I love you, Dr. Rand. And I believe that you really believe that this is actually out there. And, I know that I read about it when I was in school and all these things in 83, but there's still, I want to see it. I want to see it. Maybe I don't want to see it, but I mean, I want to see it.
Well, let me, okay, let me answer that one first, and then I want to tackle this global warming.
Thank you.
Number one. It's not everyone's karmic destiny to get involved with each and every one of Earth's dilemmic episodes. That's a new word, dilemic, isn't it? Yeah, I like that. Okay. Episode. Okay.
Yeah.
This planet is billions and billions and billions and billions of years old, as is the solar system, and as is the sun and everything that the sun controls. Now, when you look back on the history of the planet, which in itself is an unbelievable story. I mean, you would have enough subject matter to make 1 billion more movies and never have enough stuff to talk about. How unbelievable this planet really is, with all of its societies and its cities and its wonders. I mean, this is one of the most beautifully groomed, planned, life-bearing planets ever produced.
That we know of.
It has, yeah, that we know of. Yeah, of course we do. It is absolutely perfect and was meant to be perfect. With the exception of, and I firmly believe this, that man's introduction onto this planet came as an experiment that went wrong. And through the years, all the drama and mystique and majesty of the story and all the religion that has been a part and parcel of the history of this planet, whichever religion you're in. You see, notice, I'm not taking sides. I'm not wanting to take sides. I'm only saying that, is it any wonder at the richness of the human spirit and consciousness and mindset and attitude and mental power to create and destroy? It's a wonder that the planet has survived this long, Michael.
Well, it is just the fact that there's nuclear bombs
I
power
assume you
plants.
expected something much grander than that, but I'm telling you, I'm amazed that we're still here. I'm amazed that we're still on the air together, and I'm absolutely amazed at what's going on within the political consciousness of this planet.
Well, I know you're amazed because
forget everybody else out there. Let's you and I delve back into America. Okay?
Okay.
Alright. Now, look. You thrust in here whenever you feel the need. I'm just gonna roll on a couple of things here because you and I haven't had a chance to discuss these things.
No, we haven't.
Alright, now, if my beloved little sand crab people can be depended on, I believe they're the ones.
Wait a minute, did you say sand crab people? Are you
I've
really?
been talking about my little sand crab people.
Well, yeah, but I heard you, but I thought that was just the name you gave them. I mean, are they really?
I did. They are my little sand crab people. They are the 5 to 10 million, maybe as many as 15 million. God forbid it goes to 20. I believe that these very unassuming, quiet, probably mostly probably mostly conservative, but I wouldn't rule out honest to goodness liberals who are turned off.
Okay, you mean real people then.
Independent.
I thought you got into an ET element for a minute. Okay, but no, go ahead.
No, well, there is a little bit of an ET element here, which I've never, ever, ever, ever discussed or disclosed.
Okay. Well,
maybe we'll save that for the second half.
Yeah, I was just saying I don't want to throw you off.
I do want to finish this sand crab people segment.
Okay.
Now, I think they are the ones who are just sitting there, probably as amused as I am, and listening to this one charge that one, and this one call this one a bigot, and a this, and a that, and it goes on and on and on. And I bet these people are saying to themselves, you know what? This whole thing is absolutely, utterly ridiculous. But the guy, he's not as mean and nasty as that woman. And we just don't trust her. There's just something about that grandma that you don't want holding your baby. Okay?
Yeah.
It's like that commercial you see about whooping cough. Have you seen that one on TV?
No, I haven't, but it's funny.
The sweet little grandmother is there knitting a little thing for the child that's coming, and all of a sudden she starts coughing, and her whole head structure turns into this huge wolf with big fangs. And then she morphs back into the grandma, right?
Oh yeah, I did see that.
Alright, so the probably the son or the daughter with the little kid comes, and grandma picks up the kid, and all of a sudden, big fanged wolf face comes up on the little baby. That's how I picture this thing with Hillary.
Oh, me too. I think it goes beyond that.
I mean, we could do some hellacious commercials, my friend. I told you, if anybody, any of you Trumpites out there, any of you Trumpers out there are listening, I've got some great ideas for some really great, devastating commercials, and they would all be legal. There wouldn't be anything illegal, immoral, or illicit about them. Alright? Now, Michael, if we're right about this, and all your fears and my fears will at least be momentarily satisfied, because I think that down deep, and I guess it sounds like I'm going to editorialize, but that's not what I want to do. I think that the Donald may just actually have it in him to hold on to the reins, because you're going to have somebody as stubborn as he is. You're going to have somebody as strong and as strong-willed as he is, with whatever vision he's going to use. If he's going to lead this country, and I do hope that the gods out there and the ETs out there and all the Trumpers and the almost Trumpers and never Hillary Trumpers to bees, they just understand that this pivot that we're at could be the last devastating one for free society.
I agree. I absolutely agree.
If I'm overstating it, I apologize.
No.
If I'm underestimating it, I also apologize.
You're 100% on, my friend. 100% on.
Alright, now, that must sound awfully end of time kind of Armageddonish attitude. Oh, how could you think that way? Well, look.
You're just calling it like you see it.
Just stop with the sports and stop with the drinking or whatever you're doing, everybody. Just stop and go home and sit down and think for 1 hour a night about anything but your normal activities, and you'll begin to understand what's going on the other side of reality. Because there are some people, Michael, God bless them. God bless them. This is not a charge. I mean, this is not an accusation. There are some people who are too damn tired when they get home after working sometimes 2 jobs to worry about what's going on late night with Hannity.
I agree.
Okay, now, by the same token, there are those who are strung out on the news networks. And I do think that you should roam the dial. it's really interesting to see MSNBC. Ay.
Oh man, I'll tell you, I go through these channels. I can't stay on them long. I only could take a few minutes of each one.
But it's good referencing.
Oh, it is, but I have to. I only want to know what their narrative is for the day.
You have to know what the reverse narrative is, because then you'll have no idea how accurately it's being spun.
Right, and that's why I do it in little doses. I can't go, I'm not one who will keep it on all day as I work. I can't, because just their voices and their biasness gets me angry, and it's not healthy for me to be angry for that many hours.
We don't want to get Mother Michael angry, do we, Mother?
Father Michael, yeah, we don't want to do that.
Well, I'm thinking like you're the mean old Catholic nun. You're the friar right behind her,
Yeah. All right. So,
look. Here's what we got to figure out. I'm starting to talk to people. I just go up to them and I randomly engage them in conversation. And I don't try to lead the conversation. I try to find out, first of all, where they might be politically. And then, if I have some inkling of which way they're going, I'll test the water to see if they'll answer a few questions.
mm-hmm.
The results so far, and it's only been about 6, 7, 8 people maybe. Half of them, I think, 50% of them have been African American. And here it's so easy. You can go up and talk to anybody in where I live in Northwest Mississippi. There are no racial tensions. There are no racial problems. Now, inner Memphis is a mess, but I'm talking about the suburbs. It's an intermingled community. Asians, Latinos, blacks, whites, country people, they're all living together just fine. You go into the Cracker Barrel and you can start up a conversation with anybody. That's rare in the country right now. So it's very peaceful here right now. Alright, now, the gist of what I'm hearing lifts my heart.
Yeah.
Most people just are sick and tired of what's going on, and they want to change. That's first thing is things have got to change. That's the first thing that comes out. And then when we start to get specific, it had a lot to do with the people who were running the country. Now these are older people. By the way, I'm trying to approach people in the 50s to 75 range, because I think those are the kind of voters that I would like to influence, because if I can get all of them out to vote, I've done my job.
I try to turn people around all the time, Dr. Rand. On the internet, I'm constantly going into the enemy's territories. And you know, just trying to have reasonable arguments, I guess you could say, or debates with these people, just to ask her, you know, this doesn't bother you, that don't bother you, what about, you know, and trying to correct them. And a lot of times, you know, it don't work out well, but you know, I do it all. I did it with Hideous today, and it didn't pan out well for me. But then, of course, they deleted most of my comments too, but that's okay.
Who is Hideous?
Oh, Hideous Rotten Clinton is my name for her.
Oh, I understand. Oh, I get it. Okay. Boy, did I walk into that one.
You asked.
I sure did, didn't I? Okay, all right. So let's go back to this thing now. I'm feeling more and more that the reason that anybody even listens to Donald Trump is because he is saying the things and acting out like people would probably act out if you'd let them. I think that he's resonating with many, many more people than you know he's reaching, just because of his outrageousness.
Listen, when Hillary Clinton's speaking, it sounds like a few people in a bowling alley. When Trump's doing it, there's 40, 50, 60,000 people present.
No, they're not that big.
Oh yeah, he's had stadiums full that have been that
Well,
big.
yeah, but I mean, not every one.
Well, no, but he's getting, you know, 10, 20,000 people who will show up there.
I get it. Absolutely.
I went to one of his rallies here, Dr. Rand, and the line went blocks and blocks and blocks. People who couldn't get in. I mean, there was thousands of them lined up down the roads. It was incredible.
Is that right? He was just here in Jackson, Mississippi, which would only been about a 3-hour ride for me, but I didn't go.
Yeah, well, I went when he wasn't his people weren't being attacked yet. This was in his early running. He hasn't been back here for 1 year. He's been in South Carolina, but not back in Columbia specifically, so. And I'm not traveling around to get eggs and spit thrown at me. So if I'm gonna go through that, he'll come here, and I'll definitely defend my hometown. So my home ground. What are you gonna do?
So where I'm going with this is this. And I sure as hell could be wrong. But I don't think so. I think that the gods who do protect this planet, because, who's to say what angels are?
Yeah, they've been smoking some good cannabis, I think.
Whatever. Whatever, Michael. The point being is, I think that we're gonna get saved out of this whole damn mess. I think that there's gonna be this uprising of a very, very silent but very sober majority. And it'll be the 5 to 10 to 15 million votes he needs.
So then you think it'll get to a point where it's almost as bad, like we're on the borderline. Hillary's gonna be.
I think that there are gonna be so many events that are listen, if I hate to be right, if my earthquake forecasts, we could have a major quake somewhere in the United States between now and the election day.
I like you to be right.
The way it's going. Now, won't that change the complexion of things? Ho, ho,
ho. Yeah. Nowhere to land for Santa.
Yeah. Hello. I mean, you look at that poor Italian town.
Those deers will be dinner. Yeah.
There was nothing left of it.
Yeah, I know.
It was literally torn to pieces. That you could describe it. The entire city was torn to pieces.
Well, yeah.
And it was only a 6-2.
It looked like it got bombed. I mean,
Yeah. Utterly destroyed.
Yeah.
Alright, so what does this all mean? And why are we even talking about it tonight? Well, it's because Michael and I have been on the air together, what now, almost 6, 7, 8 years? On and off, on and off, on and off.
It's been right around 8 years for you and I.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we have an incredible history of being right about everything we've ever
I
talked
agree.
about. And I'm saying I'm very proud of that. Not because we're egomaniacs. It's simply because you and I kind of vibrate at the same frequency rate when it comes to common sense.
Okay.
And I think that a lot of this is so much more simpler than we make it to be. There are just common sense things. This whole debate issue about whether Hillary is qualified to be president. She's absolutely here's the sad part. She's absolutely qualified. She's been the first lady of a state. She was first lady of the United States. She was a U.S. Senator. She was its Secretary of State. Of course she's qualified. But qualified isn't the question being asked. The question being asked is, can you trust her to be your president?
Well,
And it's just, do you trust her to be your president?
and the fact that she is, should be a criminal, she should be in prison right now, so I would say that disqualifies her, but you're right. Call it whatever you want. The fact is if she becomes the next president of this country, put the final nail in the coffin. It's over. That's how I look at it. So maybe Planet X would be a good thing.
It would, if you think there's upheaval now between the masses and the classes, you wait. If she starts pushing around the Supreme Court.
Oh, there will be race riots in this country. There will be terrorist attacks.
If the Second Amendment is attacked, I guarantee you the entire South will rise up.
Second
Blacks,
Amendment
whites, Latinos,
gone.
everybody here's got guns.
internet will be shut down as far as shows like this. We won't be allowed to say, oh no, we're gonna stop the Alex Jones conspiracy theorists. And then her eyes start rolling in her head, you know?
You know what? I hate to say it, I like Alex Jones. To a large extent, I like Alex Jones.
Well,
I think he's another character, but he sure is fun to listen to.
he reminds me of Cartman from South Park, the cartoon. You ever watched that?
Oh, right.
Hey guys, you know the fat guy there? Yeah, he reminds me of him.
Right. Right. So look, let's toddle back here.
Alright.
Somehow tonight I wanted to get back into the memoir thing. We were just getting started to talk about the memoir, and then Peter called in, so that was great.
Okay.
All
right.
Let me just finish this point out here. If I'm right about my little crab people coming out of their holes and voting and disappearing, and we get in, unless they keep the Senate, they cannot afford to lose one. They cannot afford to lose not one seat. Not one. That's how critical this is. Somebody did the math the other day. It was one of the shows, and it was absolutely brilliant. If they lose even one seat, because it's expected that the Democrats are going to get at least 3. So that means they're going to lose 2 at least. So the downhill part of the ticket down to the local level and the state level is just as critical as the presidential part, and could be maybe even more important, because if we lose the Senate and Hillary does your B-girl, if she gets in, we've lost the counterpart.
Well, wait a minute.
Probably gonna keep the House. We may even gain in the House.
Here's the wild card now to all this. Now, if somebody actually does step up and investigate the Clinton Foundation before the election actually comes, and they might find some
Hanky believe hankety-pankety?
they might find that some of these folks that been helping her, they might get exposed too, and there might be a lot more seats that get emptied. You never know.
Well, all I can tell you is, everybody listening, I hope we have listeners tonight.
Oh, we do.
Oh, I know, I'm having fun.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's easy for someone like me. I'm basically retired, and don't have any heavy responsibilities right now. I'm just writing a memoir and having fun on Michael's radio show and taking part in what's going on. Oh, I got projects planned, but I'm saying I'm not under the gun, and I'm in perfect health at my age, which is a gift. No matter what happens, this whole weather thing and this whole Planet X separation thing on or about the 18th is what I believe is going to trigger. See, I think it's building up. Oh, we never did finish about the importance of the sun and the global warming. But I'm still in the same vein, so
Yeah,
I'm gonna go ahead now and finish off this global warming.
Alright, go ahead. In about 5 minutes, we got a break coming up.
Alright,
so.
I can do this in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, look. There's no such thing as definitive global warming and or global cooling. The planet has become extremely confused by what dynamics the sun is sending it. The sun is out of its normal cycle. It has been for the last 8 years. The cycle is upside down. The sun sends power signals to Earth, and part of it, of course, is it produces our heat, light, and energy for the planet. When the sun gets confused, it sends confusing signals to planet Earth, who is usually very reliable in her responses to what the sun sends us. But lately, the last 13, 14, 15, almost 18 years, I go that far back in the book, there's something been radically wrong because something has been affecting the sun. And what it is, it has been this approaching planetary object which NASA called Planet X reaffirmed it in '83, calling it Planet X again, which we believe is a large brown dwarf star that was originally part of our solar system. We won't have time in 5 minutes to go into that, but everybody's heard that story. Now, if we're right, and this object has been the problem approaching the sun all these years, it's now, see, it was never designed to go through the solar system. Never. It has, in other times back in antiquity, but that's not now. We're very fortunate this time. It's transitory, positioning up and around behind the sun came as we were at our furthermost extreme place out on the solar disk, on the solar system disk of where everything's located.
Now, how do we know
we
that?
were on the other side of the disk, of its entry and its exit. Thank God. We could have gone through the true flipping of the poles as described in Hapgood's book and all the great authors of the past. They were all absolutely on target. Every last one of them. And we were able to put the pieces together. Go ahead, Michael.
I was gonna say, now wouldn't this thing, after so many passes, wouldn't it orbit its orbit? I mean, if it's interacted with, like, the planet that used to be the asteroid belt, or that is the asteroid belt, and things like that, I'm sure it's interacted with other stuff too as it's gone around. So wouldn't its orbit change some?
No. It has been an independent solar body ever since its ejection from the solar system, when the big collision that we believed happened 5.5 to 6 to 7 billion years ago, when a large planetary-sized asteroid crashed through what's known as the plane of the ecliptic of the solar system. We've told this story before.
Yes.
Now, it never comes through the solar system. It has possibly on one or two occasions in history. One of them may have been, or let's put it this way, it may have passed a lot closer to where our planet was positioned at the time, because we believe that its passing was probably the primary content which generated the miracles that Moses was experiencing while he was trying to get his people together to take them out of Egypt. You see, that whole story took place over several years, not the 30 minutes that we see in the movie. See?
I do see. All right.
Okay.
Well, hang on to that thought, Dr. Rand. All right. So we
I think that we're going to see, hopefully, a continuing renaissance that takes place with the Donald. He still has to soften up a little bit. When he's going at you, reading the teleprompters, it's like he's gonna cram it down your throat whether you like it or not. I think he needs to soften it. He needs to still get a little softer, you know.
well,
He's still too stiff. That's my, if
I think
I could get through to Kellyanne Conway, my first thought to her would be, tell him to lighten up with the teleprompters. It's so obvious what he's doing.
No, I think that I think he should stay himself. Now, he shouldn't focus on people except unless it's Hillary and Obama. I agree on that. Right now, he should, because they're going to try to bait him by getting people like that, whatever his name is, to say things and get him going. But I think that he should remain himself, because the minute he don't for a minute there, I thought he was pulling back a little on that whole immigration thing, and so I sent an email to his people, and I said, listen, I'm gonna support him no matter what, because I don't want Hillary in there, but don't start playing with me. You say, I understand you're not going to be able to round up every single person and throw them out, but you're going to get rid of most of them. First off, he said that we're going to follow the laws that are on the books. Well, if he means that, then I'm okay with that. Then follow those laws, and the people who have broken the law need to go.
Right.
So,
Right.
But yeah, I see what you're saying. He does need to keep his focus on Hillary, but
he needs to become more personable. You want to like him. The whole point is,
I do like him.
but you want to like him like you really like somebody. because you want to make him your president.
Well,
That's why Obama was so successful.
well,
He was likable as hell.
yeah, but look at what he's turned into.
That's not the point we're talking about.
But that's like I tell my listeners, I'm not here to be friends with you. I'm here to get the truth out. If you like it, listen. If you don't, don't. If you want the country saved, press the right button. If you don't. That's the way I see it. But go on.
No, you're absolutely right, but you're not the one running for president.
That's true. Good thing,
Now,
'cause
that's not being critical of you.
oh no,
I'm making an observation.
I wouldn't make it. They'd get rid of me quick.
All right. So here's what I see that, and I have this amazing ability. Of course, I believe I have it because I do. I am able to see things exactly as they really, really, really are. And it has to do, I guess I could slip back into the memoir discussion from the other night. From a very, 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 very early age, probably as early as 4, 5, and 6, I was having these OBE experiences, these out-of-body experiences, and at first, of course, the first one just freaked me out. I had no idea what was going on, but within 3 or 4 minutes of me arriving on the other side on the ship, and I use the word being reconstituted, which is not the right word to use. Transfigured would be more like it. I felt safe. I knew I was okay. Okay. And from those earliest moments, the whole way I would approach life, or how I would think about things, I would see things through absolutely technicolor glasses. I had sense of smell was acute. My sense of hearing still is amazing. I sense a touch, I sense a taste. All my physical attributes had been tweaked at the very, almost from the very moment I was born, because I was born a partial breech baby, and my mother labored for over 39 hours. And by the time they got me, my mother was so weak that they had to rush her to the emergency room to give her blood and minerals and saline and get her health back. So I laid in a nursery for 5 days. And unknown to everybody, there was a strike on. There was a citywide nursing strike on the very weekend that I was born. And by the way, I was born the Mother's Day baby of 1939. You can go look it up. Go on the internet and check it out. You'd probably even see me bare butt on some newspaper, because I made several of them. The morning of the 5th day, they pronounced me dead. Because what happened was that the young nurses that they brought in
the nipple, right?
the nipple story.
Yeah, they didn't.
Back then, you had a milk bottle, and it had to have a rubber nipple on it, but the rubber nipples had not been perforated at the top, so you had to take something sharp and you had to prick the top of the nipple so that the milk could escape. Well, these little young nursing things, God bless them, either didn't know or just were careless. And of the 5 babies in the nursery, 3 died. 4 died. I was declared dead. So they rushed me to the emergency room, to the ER to start when they realized I was gone. And almost miraculously, even before they were able to get started, I sputtered back awake. And it is at that point that I believe, and after I've had several really, really intense conversations with people involved in soul regression and things of that nature. One really interesting one in Russia,
And what are
And
they
then,
saying about things like Planet X?
well, where I was going with this is that I became what was known as a walk-in.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of the walk-ins. I've done a couple shows on that.
And within this walk-in DNA structure, it was already seeded that I would be chosen as an ET child, as a young human child, to become part of the schooling agenda. See, I never got that part in. I'm doing the memoir now, so you have to be patient with me.
Okay.
This is how this whole thing got started. It's very complicated. And I've been involved as a contactee my entire life. Now, how do I know all these things? Well, I'm very observant, number one. Number two, I listen to everything everybody tells me. And I try to keep my mouth shut when necessary, and I listen. And I absorb things. I'm like a sponge. And I think that all my sponging activities is telling me,
Sponge rant.
yeah, that's it. I like that, a sponge rant. We're gonna be just fine. It's gonna be nasty and it's gonna be tight, and Donald's gotta get his act together. And poor Hillary, I don't think her troubles are over in the least.
Oh, Julian Assange said that he's got some great stuff he's gonna release. And I wish they'd quit threatening and just do this stuff, because you see they got Spider-Man climbing the wall trying to kill the guy. You know?
Yeah.
So at least that's what it looks like.
I hear you.
Yeah.
I hear you. I hear you. Well, suffice to say, we are living in one of the most exciting, dramatic, unpredictable, volatile, dangerous, uncertain reality systems which comprise this planet known as Earth. If you just look at the complexity of the international dramas that are taking place, and now this new thing, they had a second attempt, they had a second run again. These Iranian power brutes were screwing around with another destroyer. That was last night or today. Did you hear about that?
What was it now? Oh, Iran? Yeah, I heard all about that. Yeah.
There was another incident.
Oh,
This time they got even closer.
if I was president, I'd blow him right out of the water. That's what I'd do.
Well,
I'd teach him a lesson. You don't. Like, there was a time when you didn't mess with the United States, and then the United States got taken over by absolute criminals, and these criminals have then used they've used our military for their agenda, and it's time that we take it back and that this stops. We shouldn't be using our military unless it's in defense of our interests. We're not the police of the world, and it's time for this stuff to stop. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're. I don't disagree. Anyway, what I think is happening is that the jig is up. The paradigm shift is about to occur. And I think that the paradigm shift, which will start with the United States. See, here we go again. Oh, yeah, sound like a nationalist. Yeah, go America, go. Yeah, well, okay, I'm sorry. But we've got to get back up on our feet again. We gotta shake off the fleas.
I'm not sorry. I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed that the people of this country have let it get this bad, really.
No, that's not a good attitude. It's okay, but it's not the attitude you need to have, Mikey. What you need to say is, yeah, you know what? They're gonna take the country back. The people of the United States are gonna take their country back.
Well, when they do that, I'll be really happy. But you know what? I've had my hope up a lot, and if you don't have high expectations, you don't have letdowns.
Michael, you gotta be positive.
Oh, I am positive. I support Donald Trump to the end of time, but but if you don't get in, like I say, none of us win.
We'll have to head for the hills and join Peter.
Well, more than that, we'll have to you better get where you could get off the mainland. Yeah.
I hear ya. But look, yeah, we kid about it, and we can chide each other about it, which is all well and good too.
Yeah.
But it's more important, and we've been talking about this ever since we've been on with you, since '07 actually. It's all a matter of being prepared for what's coming. We've been talking about being prepared for natural disasters for the last 7-8 years. So we're right smack on target with that one. We were right predicting the disasters. Since we first went on the air, I think cumulatively there have been over 4,800 natural disasters reported around the world in the last 7-8 years.
But
And some of them are unprecedented, like that huge tidal wave that swept across Indonesia.
But let me ask you, how abnormal is that? Because, I mean, honestly, I don't know. It sounds like a lot. But some people might say, well, that's normal. So, I mean, what's the abnormality there? What's the normal radius?
If you go back to the 50s, you didn't have near the type of natural disasters that you have now. You had some, yes, of course. But you didn't have as many earthquakes, very few volcanoes, and not as many tornadoes. Had several nasty hurricanes. And yeah, there was a couple of, the '06 quake.
Yeah.
San Francisco, things like that. But overall, it's way up off the charts. Just the stats. Let's do this report that I spent a half a day on. This new earthquake report. Okay. Since we last gave you okay, kids, come on. Yeah. Two of my male cats are playing hard games with each other. Now, well, if you hear them, you hear them. There have been a total of 35 major earthquake events since we last reported to you during a show in early February of this year. Okay. It's now 7 months later. Almost to the date. If we, you hear the cat? Come on now, you're hogging the radio show. What they're doing is they're wrestling on the ground, and I have a big American gray. He probably weighs around 11, 12, 13 pounds, and he's absolutely gorgeous. He's gunmetal gray, and he's got white feet and white belly and white striped face. Come on now. And he's battling a little Shadow, who's a little nip and tuck of a thing. I don't think Shadow weighs 5 pounds. He was a runt male that was born. He's a Burmese. Hey! Now stop it! Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but the kids are misbehaving and they're... Okay, now they're quieted down.
Alright.
Alright. So, this averages out to about 7 earthquakes a month. 7 a month. It's about up 435% over the last 50 years of calculations. So it's very abnormal. None of these reported quakes were below 6.0 magnitude in strength. In addition to all these big ones, there have been 100,000 smaller ones. 100,000 smaller ones. From 1s and 2s, 3s, 5s, all the way to...
Sounds like a hell of a lot to me.
Way off the chart. Okay. Of these 35 major earthquake events, which occurred about 7 a month from April until now, the reports range between 6.0 being the lowest end to the highest, and we got to a 7.6. A 7.6. It's really big. Happened southeast of the Loyalty Islands in Indonesia. Now, of the 35, there were 8 in the 7.0 to 7.6 range. 8! It's huge!
Yeah?
These are huge quakes. If it happened on land somewhere, most of these occurred under the sea. which is very
Which
troubling.
could be,
Which
yeah,
is
that could
very
be
troubling.
dangerous too.
What's that?
I say that could be very dangerous too.
Well, it's very troubling. Because what it means is that the floor bed of what's known as the Ring of Fire is being systematically broken loose. Like it's moored in place. It's rigid. It's loosening up. This is not good. Now, there were 8 in the 7.0 to 7.6 range, and dozens were recorded between 6.2, the lowest, all the way through to a 6.9 in Burma in April, a 6.9 in Vanuatu, Indonesian islands, and earlier than that there was a 7.2. There were 2 7.2s and a 6.9 in Vanuatu, which were the setups for these later ones, these 6.9s in Burma. Now, so what? Well, when you do what I'm trying to do, is I'm trying to figure out a forecast, or at best, if I can pinpoint this period when the entire globe may start rumbling. I'm thinking it may be centered around that September 18th date, Sunday. And I mentioned, and I'm worried about earthquakes in Central and South America and Mexico, in those areas during that time period. And that's why I think the ETs are going to be there. I think if there is trouble, that the ETs are going to stabilize it. Because they made a commitment to Mexico to save Mexico City. We talked about that before. It's built on a big lake bed, 100 miles in diameter. It's caldera of an ancient extinct volcano. Anyway, Mexico City is sinking. The entire city, 100 miles in diameter, is sinking into the sand bed of what was once a huge lake. Alright. I'm worried that this may or may not affect the outcome and the destiny of the election. if we even get a minor major disaster, like we said a couple nights ago, Michael, they could just declare martial law. And if they declare martial law, which they may have to, if we get hit somewhere bad by a series of disasters, and it doesn't have to be an earthquake. Could be a hurricane strikes at the end of September. Who knows? The point being that we have to be prepared. Once again, we're back to the preparation theme. Are you prepared to defend your home, your apartment, or your homestead, or whatever? Do you have enough food? Do you have enough water? Do you have pets? Do you have enough pet food? Do you have kitty cats? Do you have litter? They're all, they gotta go too.
Yeah,
I have about a 3-month catch of supplies and food and stuff like that. I never let it get below 3 months. If I could advise everyone, if something drastic happens and hits the nation or your area, look what just happened in Baton Rouge. None of those people expected to be flooded out. Not one of them. Although they quickly learned what was going to happen. So, you have to understand that we're living in a very precarious, uncertain period of reality for planet Earth. It's not the planet's fault. A little earlier we talked about the sun. I believe this whole global warming thing, although I think, oh gosh, I'm going to sound liberal as hell now. I assume that they think that it's for the general good that they clean up the planet, and I guess we should.
well, I think they think
But
it's
there's
good for
a
their
better
good.
way to do it. There's a much better way to do it than the nonsense and all the regulations and all of that.
Well, they're
Do you
only
know
concerned
that
about
one
themselves.
volcano exploding, Michael, that one major volcano exploding on the surface issues enough chemicals, noxious gases, carbon dioxide, methane, all the things that destroy the Earth's atmosphere. with
Yeah.
just one volcano goes off, it's like 1,000 years of having emissions from cows and cars. That's a fact.
No, yeah, the Earth gives off more than we do. JJ has a question here. It
Yes.
says, can you ask if he's heard about Germany or any of Europe for that matter? I'll extend it. Governments telling their citizens to stockpile now.
I can't speak for Germany, but I do know that the Russians are stockpiling. I know that because I have friends in Russia. Now, I believe
They're preparing for Hillary.
well, maybe. I think that all the terror states are arming and preparing. I would say yes. A large portion of the planet is preparing for the inevitable. Oh yeah. You and I aren't the only ones that think that something's wrong here somewhere, or that there's something rotten in Denmark somewhere. Well, that isn't fair to say. That's a harsh expression. But something's not right. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah, I would say it's JJ, right? JJ.
Yep.
Yes. Yes. If you're smart, whether you live here or anywhere in the world, if you're an Eskimo, incidentally, Eskimos always stock up. They just do that every day. If they don't stock up for winter, then they die. Sure, you always need to stock up. You should always have a little more than you need. I didn't say more than you deserve. And a little extra just in case a neighbor shows up or things get tougher. That's my formula for being prepared. It's covered in chapters 8 of the book.
I've had 2 lessons, most recently. The floods that happened here that taught me that yes, it can happen to you too. And you should be ready for that kind of thing, because when water comes up, it comes up quick. And number 2 is the water being poisoned here. I mean, I got a letter not long ago which it's supposedly it's resolved now, but there was a chemical or some kind of imbalance in the water. It created some bacteria that will later in your life could cause cancer, blah, blah, blah. But anyways, long story short, it's just another lesson. It's like, what happens if that happens like everywhere? And, you know, you're going to want to be stored up on that stuff.
Absolutely. Each person needs, they say, 3 gallons a day. I think that includes the shower and all that kind of stuff. But anyway,
Most important is drinking.
yes.
Yeah.
To address JJ's question again, absolutely yes. Prepare. Think about it. Do it on a 7-day based week. But don't count Saturdays and Sundays as being normal days, okay? See, people think they get more relaxed on the weekends, so, oh, okay. No. And then what you need to do is you need to figure out how to store this stuff without being obvious. See the trick here? You put a sign up. I've got supplies, so stay away.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's
Okay.
like the people put signs up, I support gun-free zones. Okay.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Okay. And then the next thing is you have to have a game plan, which includes an individual plan and a family plan. And then you go beyond the family, because then you have to include the pets. Let's say you had 7 beautiful horses, and you lived in California, and you had this raging fire come. Oh boy. See what I mean?
Yeah.
Gotta make preparations. So, once you've sat down and figured out that there's something you need to do pretty damn quick, based upon what you're hearing tonight and other nights, the longer you wait, the more potential danger you surround your family with. Because once you become unprepared, or you're not at all prepared, then you become the victim with all the other victims. And you all try to go after the same thing with the same amount of vigor and vitality, but maybe not with the same amount of wisdom and how to do it. Somebody's gonna get hurt, somebody's gonna get left out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay?
You don't want to be in that Black Friday mob. That's for sure.
Now
I
the
know.
other thing is, the question is, do I need a lot of cash on hand, or are checks gonna be okay? Well, I've always got credit cards. No, don't assume that credit cards are gonna do you any good, because if the grid goes down, there goes the credit cards. And checks aren't going to do you much good because they're also associated with the grid.
I don't think cash is going to do you very much either, because a lot of the stores are going to get
But the thing is,
robbed.
well, obviously you're not going to be the store, and obviously you're not going to set yourself up to be robbed, but you have to have a medium of exchange.
Yeah.
Unless you have little pieces of gold and tiny little midgety diamonds that you could trade off. Follow me? By the way, that's what some people I understand that there are people who are buying up these small, trinkety little diamonds, which, you know, you give them away. They make an excellent way to get a loaf of bread. Here's a diamond. It's very smart.
Well, yeah. Or you could join Obama's welfare. That might help too. I'm joking, obviously. 'Cause that's not gonna exist.
Well, there may be no welfare.
Well, there wouldn't be. It'd be if credit cards and electronic stuff, it's all down, it's down. Can you imagine all the Cadillacs that would pull up in front of these offices? You'd have pimps and hookers running up in there talking about where's my food stamps, and there's good people who need help. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm talking about the people who really take advantage of the system. I mean, they'll be the ones who'll be kicking the door down, wanting to know where it is.
Yeah. Let me in.
Yeah.
Alright. So, once again, we've wandered all over the place.
I always do. We always do.
But we're talking about life and current events and state-of-the-art whatevers.
So yeah, but now.
So if we wander, so what?
So where is this planet X? Where is it? What are you expecting out of it? I mean, what do you expect to see? We'll get into some of the good meat and bones.
The Planet X drama, I believe, is almost over. its effects are going to be around. We've still got other pieces of the puzzle to play itself out.
Well, this was easy, though.
Here's where what I believe the current situation is. To the best of my knowledge and my advice given me, it's on its way back out, leaving the solar system. It should have its final separation between its co-influence with the sun on or about, that's where the date of September 18th comes around. In other words, imagine you have two huge magnets. And these magnets have been, you know how you put the two opposing sides together and you really can't touch them, can
Oh,
you?
yeah, indeed.
I mean, you can try like hell.
No, I know, they won't. They push.
They won't. But you turn them around and they go BAM! They go right together, right?
Yeah.
Alright, now, we're talking about the two magnets are opposing each other. Two huge masses. Wormwood, we believe, is the size of Saturn, but 60 times its mass. It originally was the little baby sun that our sun was preparing as a little child. It was about ready to go into fusion when this disaster occurred and it got hit by a big piece of space debris so hard and so big that it instantly killed its fusion process. See, it wasn't a fusion star yet. It was in the process of becoming a little baby fusion star to our big sun. There were three suns: the big blue giant, a billion miles in space, on the outside of the rings of the solar system. It's about a billion miles away, which actually is very close in terms of physical bodies, at least in our solar system.
Yeah.
The universe is so immense. You have no idea, just in light year distances, the nearest stars are from us, much less planets. So yeah, I fully understand all the pundits who say, there couldn't possibly be any life out there. Do you realize how far they'd have to come and that. And they go on and on and on with all this less than Star Trek dribble. And they fail to understand that interstellar extraterrestrial intelligences don't travel through space or time. They dimensionally travel like zoom, zoom. Zoom, zoom. A little simplified. They don't travel through time. They don't travel necessarily through space. If you know what a Mobius strip is, then it would explain a lot. If you want do something interesting, audience, Mobius, Mobius, and there's a little umlaut over the I for Mobius. Mobius strip, STRIPE, Mobius strip methodology. Bring it up. It's fascinating. Where the two pieces of paper intersect. That's the X. Here we go. Here's the X again. It's always about like X, planet X. It's at that X point that they exit and transit the different dimensions, which is what we were talking about when I was telling you that up on Goat Mountain in Landers, where the Integratron is, where I lived, you go up to Goat Mountain, and if you go at a certain time of the year, it's usually during July, on a moonless night, in a certain place on that plateau, up in the caldera of Goat Mountain, which was an extinct volcano, you can actually look up, straight up, and suddenly you understand how dimensions work. Because you can see they look like layer after layer. Have you ever, as a kid, had one of those things what they call the kaleidoscope? You know, they're like a tube, and when you flex them back and forth, they look like little things opening up. Have you ever experienced
yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
That's what this is like. All these dimensions, you're actually watching them open up as you're looking up into it. It's like you and it are connected.
Amazing.
It is the most awe-inspiring, the most thematic, almost undescribable feeling of power that you can look up through the sky, through the atmosphere, out through the solar system, and up in. And the reason that you can do this there is that it's where two of the Earth's most powerful ley lines, L-E-Y, ley lines, intersect and cross. And so where they cross is the opening. And that's where the ships used to come in and out of that would visit George Van Tassel at Giant Rock. They would appear to him inside the caldera. It was an exit and a transit point for these dimensional time shifts and to dimensional distance shortcuts. About the best I can explain it. Okay, now, with all of that said, what the hell has any of that got to do with what's going on here? Well, it's got everything to do with it. Because if we think what we're involved in with all this political hubba-dubba, we think this is it. If this planet starts to go through what I'm worried about becoming a serious case of the jitters, it's being caused by the fact that Wormwood, this huge planetary object which is a dead brown dwarf star, it's about to disengage its electromagnetic connection and frustration to the sun, and when it does, I'm afraid it's going to send the sun a terrible type of electromagnetic type dimensional jolt, a shift. And whatever affects the sun within minutes, sometimes seconds, well, not seconds, solar, a really big solar flare, wipe us out, take down the grid in about 20 minutes. Now, what I want to stress is, all of this is totally unpredictable. All I can talk about are the probabilities, or at best, the possibilities, or hopefully what we can do, if anything, about it.
Alright, well, hold it there, Dr. Rand.
Okay. I gotta figure out how to get into this, because the last thing I want to do is to be attacked by Her Excellency, the former Secretary of State. I didn't have to say it, you know.
She's like Verizon. Her people are everywhere.
Yeah. But we gotta understand that what is gonna be is gonna be. And I still say it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. Now, troubles aren't over. Troubles aren't over. If we lose the Senate, for whatever reason, back to stalemate. Although Pence, if it's 50-50, if they win a couple of seats, and it's now, you know...
Yeah, then Pence would break the odds.
The tie.
Yeah. But
And,
that works the other way,
he's
too.
strong enough not to be deterred, buffaloed, or threatened.
Right.
So I feel good with that.
So, I mean, but it's all up in the air, is it not? I mean, it's not which way this country goes from here on out. I mean, it is so up in the air. I've never seen it like this before in all my life. And I mean, I'm not an old guy, but old enough.
Yeah, old enough you should know better.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so here's what we gotta do. I think our job is to wake people up, alert people, give them a friendly nudge in the right direction. I don't think we should preach to people because people don't. Some people like to be preached to, but most people don't.
Well, they do.
However,
if you hit their note, they like it.
Yeah. Or if you can approach it in a funny, humorous, entertaining way, which is what I like to do. I like to think that, you know, you and I have a fun and entertaining. You never know what we don't plan any of it. We've never, ever planned our show. Never. Not once that I can remember.
No, I'm not I mean, I don't, never do I pre-interview and do all that stuff. Say, well, all right, what do you want to discuss tonight? It's just a couple quick emails. If not that, Autumn calls you usually.
Well, we need to have a subject, of course.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you know, we know what subjects we're usually gonna get into anyway, so we come into these, this what I call, this is like a freestyle for talk radio. I mean, we just...
But what mystery paths we cross. Alright, back to something serious here. Hillary's not going to relent. It's just going to get, the more she's attacked, the more she's going to attack.
Oh, I seen her head spinning in circles. It's like...
But you know, that's okay, because the more she's on the attack, the lesser are her defenses. You do know that about warfare, right?
Oh yeah, and that's all she does. She's not giving out any plans or any of that. All she does is Donald, 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 Donald. You know?
Right.
Like, Jesus. Give it up, lady, or whatever.
But I think everybody knows her plans.
Well, yeah. No, we know. She's gonna say, the highest bidder. It'll be alright. Saudi Arabia going 26 million, 27 million sold to the highest bidder. That's what'll happen with her.
Well, rather than plunge into that at this point,
Yeah.
I think what I'd like to do is just do a quick finish up on this whole Planet X
Yes. Okay, so it does
thing.
more.
No, it's okay that we drift, because that keeps the light, the night in a light atmosphere,
Right.
a lighter atmosphere, and we've got a chance to explore a lot of other points of conversation.
Right, but it does more damage going out than it does coming in. Why is that?
Well, I don't know that that's a fixed part of the equation. And I'll tell you why. It travels It takes approximately 3,600 years, give or take 50 to 100 years, for it to complete its journey, leaving the Earth's the Earth's influence and the sun's influence as it returns back to the blue-black giant, which is the big daddy sun that controls our sun. See, everything has a control point, and what controls the big blue-black giant is what's believed to be the center part of the Milky Way galaxy, which they think is a giganticus, biggest in the world black hole. Now, all that doesn't need to be debated tonight. That's another whole night show. What's important is what is happening on or about the 18th of September, when I believe the influence of the baby sun wormwood leaves its electromagnetic influence. It's like you pull a plug out.
Oh, one of those deals, like a suction cup.
Yeah, it's like a suction cup type of event because they've been battering at each other.
Was that
See?
what took Mars' I mean, that would sound like
No,
Mars'
no,
atmosphere, like a
no, no, no,
no.
no, no. Well, I don't want to get this too complicated.
Okay, don't then. Alright, so go back to, okay, so it's on its way out, and
Right. It already came into the sphere of influence of the sun. It's taken years for it to even get here and do that. Like I say, NASA discovered it in 1983 and then again announced its near arrival in 84. And then we haven't, strangely, we haven't heard too much about it, other than that they discovered what they believe is to be the 9th planet somewhere out there in the far reaches of our solar system.
oh yes, but Dr. Rand, if you put Pluto back where it's supposed to be, it would then make it the 10th planet, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
Yeah.
Zachariah Sitchin's theory about the 12 planets would be almost complete.
I think so.
But what happened to Nibiru? Well, I believe that Nibiru, which may very well have had life on it of some sort, because according to the Bible, isn't that where the Nephilim were from?
Well, that's what I hear. Anyways,
That's
yes.
what I hear. Okay. So, if they were in fact and that the Nephilim are said to return here where every time Planet X comes, then somehow or another it would seem to me that they must be traveling under the influence of Planet X. Maybe Planet X is still strong enough of a burnt out brown dwarf star to supplant enough heat, life, and energy to keep Nibiru alive.
And that could happen. According to NASA, they said that it is possible for a planet to sustain life from, if they're closer to that star.
Well, it's a spent brown dwarf, so it's still it still has a fusion process going on.
Right.
That's why it's a brown-red dwarf.
So the heater's still on.
Yeah, the heater's on, but it's not fusion.
Okay.
Alright, now, once this object disengages from its influence on the sun, what I'm worried about on or about that date is when the sun could belch or give a hissy fit or cause some kind of a aberration in its normal functioning process, that things go a little wacky here on Earth and we begin the process of shaking it loose, because it's been gearing itself up now. See, the one piece I don't have, and when I tell you I don't have it, because I don't have it.
Anunnaki and Watchers, same, do you consider them to be the same?
Yes.
Okay. Just clearing that up for those who are listening.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's another show, isn't it?
It certainly is.
Okay. Now, if the Earth's current trend toward an escalation in earthquakes continues, it's only logical that at some point the entire planet could start shaking. It's shaking now. And it's shaking all over the place. The hottest bed of activity is what's known as the ring of fire.
Could we wind up going into a wobble because of it, or what?
No.
No?
Well, wait. How? Anything can happen. I can't say no. If the Earth took a violent jolt from the sun, it could certainly affect its rotation. It could affect its direction. It could affect its electromagnetic properties.
Well, I mean, from the global
Magnetic poles could shift.
If we had a global earthquake, that might do it, because they say that these earthquakes, they affect the tilt just a little bit, some of these bigger ones.
Yes.
Very little.
It's a known fact that the 9.3 quake that struck Indonesia in '04, the big one,
yeah,
that the Earth's rotation hesitated for a quarter of a second.
That's substantial. I mean, imagine...
Can you imagine slowing down a mass, something the size of the Earth? Do you realize that we're spinning through Earth at 18 miles per second. I'll say it again. The Earth is flying through space as part of her program with the Sun, and our entire solar system is moving at around 18.5 miles per second. And we're traveling in a counterclockwise motion. Everything in the solar system, including the Earth, everything rotates in a counterclockwise motion, as does everything in the Milky Way galaxy, as well as the galaxy itself, as well as all of the other galaxies, and all of the other galaxies and star fields. Everything rotates in a counterclockwise motion, and no one has ever been able to explain that.
Well,
I can't. Okay.
a lot
It's
of
a
things
fact,
we
but
can't
it's
explain.
a fact. Alright?
Right.
Now, if what happened in Italy is a portent of what we should be or could be expecting, we could be in for a really rough fall. Unassuming that there will be no problems with hurricanes. This disturbance that is now formulating in the Southern Caribbean, all of its potential computer analysis trails takes it right into Miami. Right smack into Miami. Of course that could change. But
Yeah,
what hits
probably
Miami,
will.
but what hits Miami hits the entire Keys and the entire southeast coast. Because Miami's right at the bottom, you see.
Right, and if it does take a turn and hit anywhere else, especially Louisiana, they can't handle anymore.
Oh my God. God forbid they should have any more problems.
Yeah, but it's possible.
Including New Orleans.
Well, yeah. So anywhere, I mean, I thought I was inland enough. I'm thinking, I'm pretty safe. A couple hours from the ocean. We flooded pretty good here. So,
Okay.
anyhow.
Alright. So, one of the key things we've talked about tonight is preparation. I can't tell you enough. Just think about it. What have you got to lose? Where have you heard that before?
Yeah, I heard that a couple times even today. What do you got to lose? It's true.
Yeah, what have you got to lose from listening to what we're saying tonight? You have everything to gain and absolutely nothing to lose. You need to have a game plan. I don't care where you are. Kokomo, Indiana got ripped apart by a tornado.
Oh,
by the way,
no.
that diner that disappeared, I ate at that diner a year ago.
And thankfully, our surfer who moderates our chat room, who is one of the moderators of our chat room, thankfully he's okay. And you know, we were worried about him for a little bit there, and you know, Ira too. You know, with these storms going through, it's just, it's pretty mad. I was watching on the Weather Channel, and it just looked like a wall of kick your ass.
Oh, we got drenched here this afternoon. I got stuck in my car for a half hour. It came down so hard, I could hardly open the door. I mean, I sat in the parking lot for at least 25-30 minutes, and it just pounded. And then all of a sudden, as quickly as it started, it ended. Boom!
Oh, I've been in storms where, yeah, it's pulled doors right out of my hand. I mean, you gotta give everything you got to shut the damn door. I've been in those.
Yeah. So, it's not so much where, it's when. You have to think of it that way. There has not been any part of the country that has escaped any kind of natural disaster in the last 5 years. The entire country has been plagued, from north to south, east to west, middle to center. It never ends. So you see this whole concept of global warming. Now, there is no question that the Atlantic and the Pacific Oceans are warming, and that is because there are 100,000 or more small, what they call seafloor surface volcanoes that have been erupting for the last 50, 60 years along the Ring of Fire. And every time one of these little volcanoes goes off, it sends up all the gases and everything. Now, just the heat that builds up in these undersea volcanoes, because they spew their lava, it just comes right out and it goes onto the ocean floor. That's how you build islands. Have you ever wondered how an island gets built? Well, that's how an island gets built. There's this little volcano below it, below the surface. It could be thousands of feet below the surface, and over 100 years of the volcano spewing, you have islands like Hawaii. Of course, those are thousands, many thousands of years old. But how do you think the islands of Hawaii are formed?
Well, hey, that's
They're all volcanic. And they're absolutely magnificent.
Somebody asked if it's not natural occurrence and just slightly influenced by human beings, and I have a feeling it's kind of a little bit of sarcasm in that, but I'm not for certain.
Yeah. Of course we've done damage to the planet. Any idiot would understand that. That's how we decimated Africa's wildlife. And the almost near extinction of whales. I can go on and on and on. We are a very dumb, stupid, selfish, egotistical, conflict-driven society. The entire globe is the same. Everybody's guilty. There are very few good guy entities left.
I recycle. So, and anyways, go ahead.
Well, at least you're trying to do something.
Well, yeah, at least. I mean, but, you know, like you were just saying, the volcanoes in the ocean, I mean, that's giving off a lot more than...
They give up more heat under the sea. This, what do you think brings about El Nino and El Nina? It's partly tied to the volcanic action taking place that brings these warm currents into being. I mean, all they have to do is do the research and think and talk about it. Now, it's much more complex than this simple conversation. But you get the gist, don't you?
I do.
Okay. the ocean, the currents that constitute the various oceans have been that way for eons and eons of time, such as the Gulf Stream. Now, if any of that, in fact, that was part of the story of
well,
the day after tomorrow.
And Dr. Rand, real quick, so the moon is just in the right place to keep the Earth at just the right tilt. Is that right?
It's a governor.
It is.
It's a governor. The Earth was created for many, the Earth.
The moon.
The moon was created for several major functions. One of them was to act as a rudder and as a governor for the operation of planet Earth.
I was gonna say, it's, the more I look at it, it's just amazing how there it is, and the Earth is just at the right tilt for it. Now, without that moon, it wouldn't be, right? We wouldn't get the seasons and all that stuff we get now.
That's part of a very difficult, yes. But the equation's much more complex.
I'm sure it is, but all in all, it wouldn't be good for us if
but
we didn't
stop
have
and
the
think
moon.
about this. Who in the hell designed this planet?
Who in the hell designed it all?
Who in the hell had a computer system that generated what took billions of years to create? Who was pushing the right buttons? Was there someone guiding this? Or did it all happen just by accident? You see, you can't. You gotta be real careful about this God business. You gotta be really, really, really discretionary, and you have to be really, really careful what you think and say. Because not only can an offend someone, but you may offend God.
Well, then maybe he'll finally get a hold of me and we can have a conversation, right?
Well, be careful what you wish for.
Oh, I'd love to talk to him. I don't want to go to his
actually,
door, but,
well,
he'd
now
come to
give
mine.
you something else to think about. Strange you brought that up. Have you ever tried to figure out what prayer actually is? It's really very simple.
It's kind of like magic, like a spell or something. I don't know. It works. I don't know.
Prayer is when you put your best mental energies into composing a plea for mercy,
Yeah, it's an
forgiveness,
energy.
or give me something.
Yeah, it's definitely an energy. I'll go, yeah.
Okay, now here's the thing. How do you think that you communicate with God? What is the mechanism? You think something, you say something, you chant something, you pray in unison with 1,000 voices doing the Hail Mary. Actually, it's very simple.
Your heart.
It's what the ETs call telementric communication. It's mental telepathy to the Godhead. That's how simple prayer is.
Okay, but he doesn't have a...
The Godhead is the receiver. All you have to do is generate the power of the thought of prayer. And the mental telepathy aspect takes over. It's just that simple. At least that's what my ET people tell me. It's no more... We always try to complicate things. This whole thing of the cosmic energy that exists in everywhere in space. Space is loaded with energy. All kinds of energy. You just have to figure out which kind of energy your technology allows you to harness. Travel on the ley lines. The energy is universal. Every star contributes to it. It's a marvelous system.
And so then God, what all this would be, and so I don't know. When people talk about God, they talk about he sent his son and he did all these things, and I'm like, okay, is God an energy or is God a man? Because so, I mean, yeah, these are complicated things which we need a full show to really get into.
Well, put it this way. I've asked them about this. They call it the omni-universal Godhead power. The omni-universal Godhead power.
And yet I still don't understand it.
Or, to you and I, God. Now, we have to be real careful, like I say, because you can't trample on on any given religion because every religion has its own tenet of what they believe the truth to be.
Well, and that's just it. They're on beliefs, and we're trying to find out facts. So I think that we can work together and maybe come to an answer. So they have nothing to be mad about. But go ahead.
No. But the interesting thing is, they're finding out now that there are more and more things that prove that there was very, very possibly, very definitely a Christ-like figure called Jesus that inhabited the earth and that went through these trials and tribulations. The key question is, why would he go through all that? For us?
Yeah.
We turned out to be pretty much of a disappointment, all of us. If you lump us all together as a planet, I mean, we're in pretty bad shape right now.
Well, I also look at it this way. Maybe some of this stuff is here, like you might walk into a wooded area, and to most of us it's a wooded area, but maybe there's a few old log cabins, so we go, instead of creating those log cabins, we fix them up to our liking, maybe.
Sure.
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 Maybe this stuff was here, and maybe there's gods for all kinds of guys. I mean, you sent me back 2,000 years with a little bit of technology, I promise you I could convince the people of then that I have been sent here by God. I promise you I could do it.
Let me share with you
But
guys.
I do believe in a God energy, just for the record. I think that everything is within that energy. But that's just me. But go ahead.
I want to take you on a quick little trip back into time. I had the pleasure of knowing and meeting George Van Tassel, the guy who ran the Integratron. And there's a place out in Landers, California called Giant Rock. It's the largest freestanding boulder in the world. Nobody knows where it came from or how it got there. It weighs something like 60,000 tons. Okay? Now, there's no machine in the world that can pick up a 60,000 ton boulder and move it. Follow me?
I do follow you.
And there's no mountains around there big enough to produce that kind of a boulder.
And they try to tell us they roll them on logs.
Yeah, right on.
Okay,
Yeah,
sure.
this thing is like, 33 stories high, this rock. 3 stories high. Okay, anyway. There used to be a space that had been carved out underneath this giant rock. It was called Giant Rock by the Indians. It goes all the way back to the 1200s with the Indians. It used to be a sacred site for Indian rituals every 3 years. Another story. An old guy in 1943 got possession of the land from the BLM, and it took him 3 years, but he excavated underneath this big rock, and it was big enough that the room could hold about 15 people. It's standing. It was deep enough. You went down. You went down underneath the rock. There was an incline. You walked on down. You kind of bent. When you went in, you had to bend a little bit, to get in. And then it got deeper and deeper, and the roof was probably around a foot above your head for this entire rock. Anyway, I got the pleasure of going in there and having a meeting with George Van Tassel, and he calls them his little people.
His little people.
And of course, on the way, we had to drive out to the rock from where the Integratron site is, and he's playing games with me. He said, "Do you believe in fairy people?" And, I kind of giggled. I said, "Yeah, sure, why not?"
That's gonna be offensive nowadays. You say fairy people. Obama will come
Well,
after
you and I know what we're talking about.
I know. I'm just playing. Go ahead.
I know, but then all the trolls will come out.
Go ahead.
Trolls, relax. You guys relax. Just enjoy the story. So I said, sure, why not? There's Irish fairies, there've been them, and then the Danish fairies and all that. He said, Giant Rock's a special place. He said the Indians hired the little people to guard this giant rock when they weren't here. Now, isn't that a beautiful story? The Indians would strike a deal with the little people who inhabited that land and lived under the rock to protect it for the Indians during the 3 years between their conclaves. So that's the background, right? So he tells me this story, and of course I'm, you know, I'm dead serious with him, but I'm saying to myself, fairy people, little people, okay, So we go down there, and he has what looks like breadcrumbs in a container, like breadcrumbs, fresh baked breadcrumbs. He has this whole container, and that was his gift to them. It was their manna that he would bring them from time to time.
See, now I would have liked if he had one of them in the jar.
Michael.
Why? Well, you know, get one that's already, you know, deceased.
Michael, you take that back.
Alright, I take it back.
You take that back. That was not nice. Right.
Well, you poke holes in it. You want them to
Alright, so now there's like little seats, places, and believe it, there are like little seats that were carved out from the rock that were like seats. They were like benches. It was unbelievable. Perfect for sitting in. So we're sitting there, and he's still talking to me about things. And he looks at me and he said, now it's time to be real quiet. He said, they're ready to come out. And I said, they are? You know, like, yeah. I said, okay. They're ready. I said, what should I expect? He said, not much. He said, you'll just suddenly see them. And he said, they'll want to know who you are and why you're here. He said, but they're very friendly. They won't hurt you at all. He said, they're very tiny. He said, whatever you do, don't try to touch one of them. I said, why? He said, because they bite. And I thought, no, come on. You know, this is a great story. I mean, they bite. Well, apparently, it's not a bite. It's an electrical jolt. If you touch them or try to pick them up, they can discharge an electrical jolt that you will not want to go after a second time.
Like an electrical eel.
Yes. Now there's the Star Trek story for you. Okay. So I said, okay. Okay. Don't touch. Okay. Right? So he takes the box. It was like a shoebox. It might have been like a shoebox, like when you go to the store and buy a pair of shoes. And it was like 3/4 filled with fresh baked breadcrumbs that his wife Doris had prepared. He takes it out and he puts it like 2 feet from us on the floor of the underneath the rocks, like a cave. And he said, now watch. And I'm watching and watching and watching, and all of a sudden, 1 second they weren't there, and another second they were there. That's all I can tell you. Nobody walked into the scene like in a movie, you know. No doors opened, you know, and they poured out into the rock. No. They just appeared like that.
And what'd they look like?
Little people.
Little people with wings?
They were dressed. They were like little bitty people.
Did they have wings or did they just...
No! They looked just like little bitty people. Now, I couldn't hear what they were talking about, but he did. Somehow or another, all I thought I heard was just some really high-pitched sounds of some sort. It actually was their voices, but he was tuned into it. Anyway, he proceeded, and I heard everything he said to them. He said that I was his special guest visitor, and that I understood they call space people sky people. They call them sky people.
They don't call him God.
No.
Okay.
No. None of them call ETs gods. None of them. I mean, none of these characters that I've met. I have to tell you the one about when I squared off with the 18-foot hammerhead off of Bimini Island. I'll have to tell you that story next time I'm on.
Okay.
I had a conversation snorkeling face down in the water with an 18-foot hammerhead shark that was at the surface. And he and I carried on this conversation for at least 4, 5, 6 minutes. Clear, just like I'm speaking to you, only I didn't hear a voice, I heard the thought. And the thought was translated into my mind.
So you had a conversation with a shark,
An
telepathy.
18-foot hammerhead shark that could have taken me apart any time it wanted to. But that was not the purpose of the meeting.
Can I ask
That's
what
another
you got?
story. And that's going to be in the memoir. This is going to be a great memoir.
It sounds like it now. I mean,
Right.
I'm anxious to know what the
So we
conversation
we gotta finish up
was.
about the little people.
Alright.
Where are we on the clock? How are we doing?
We've got probably, we've got about 7 minutes, but you know what? If we go a few minutes over, so be it. Go ahead.
Alright, well, let's get to the core thing here. So, suddenly I see them, okay, exactly how big were they? That's pretty hard. That's pretty hard one to figure. I would say right now I have a pencil in my hand. I would say they were probably 2 inches. 2 inches tall.
Ooh, those are little people.
But perfectly proportioned, perfectly dressed, little bitty miniature people. Now, what did they look like? They pretty much look like a mix of Eurasian, Indian, and they were definitely light brown skin, not African American.
They might have been little Jesuses.
Might have been.
You never know.
And they were male and female. I didn't see any children. The children just weren't part of this visit. And they would come to warn him about things that would happen out there. Somehow or another, they used to get the information to give to him about how the government was trying to shut him down and take the Integratron away from him. Now, how they got that information, he said that the sky people would come and talk to them. And that the sky people became their guardians when they're supposed to look after giant rock in between. And these little people, They live forever. They're spiritual, electrical, magnetic beings.
Well, that's so. Do they come from another dimension? Is that?
Don't know.
Don't know. They don't tell you that, huh?
I never asked, and he never told me.
Ah,
So,
all
they
right.
asked him all about me. And when they found out I was in the music business, the only time I really felt something, and this is very strange, somehow or another, I heard some of their music in my mind, and it was beautiful. Not that they were producing it. They infused some kind of thought substance. I heard their music was like nothing I ever heard before, but it was beautiful. It was like angelic type music. And it was only for maybe 3, 4, 5, 6 seconds.
So they were like the chipmunks. I'm just being funny here,
Yeah.
but really, I mean, they were musical and they were little and
Yeah.
amazing.
Full mental capacities. So
Did they fly or drive or
no,
any of that stuff?
no. They moved around just like they were walking. Now, they didn't go running around. There were, how many there were there? I would say there might have been as many as 20 to 25. And they were mixed male and female. And they were all looked the same age. There was nobody young, there was nobody old, there was nobody, they all were like in perfect physical condition. Now, that doesn't mean that there weren't somewhere that weren't perfect. I can only tell you what I saw and what I witnessed. Anyway, they were very grateful. We were supposed to leave the box of the bread, which we did. Can you imagine what kind of food treat that would be for them? Anyway,
Yeah.
I didn't mean to digress about the food. So we left the box, and they said something to him. I had asked George if he could help me find, I've always, as a kid, I always wanted to have a meteorite. You know, I was into space and telescopes as a kid, you know, Chicago Planetarium and all that stuff, right? So, I think George asked them about that. And much to my pleasant surprise, When I left there to go home, a week later, I had in my possession 3 of the most beautiful meteorites you'd ever want to see. One of them is 26 pounds.
Wow. That's worth a lot of money, just so you know.
I know. I have to be careful.
So,
anyway,
they're
the ones who told him where to find him.
Well, damn,
and then he told me where to find it. We went out a couple days later and found them right where they said they'd be.
I need some of these fairies. I wish that these things would happen to me. I'm not saying because they're not true. But
I'm not the only one that has these kinds of experiences. There are many of us. See, you gotta remember, I'm fortunate enough to be part of that weird little cadre of people who are supposed to have, who were supposed to have, and who have had, and who do have, as I have had, these excursions on the other side of reality with these so-called ETs. There are many of us, thousands of us. We're all over the place. We all have this little function. My function was to write books, learn about this stuff, talk with people like you on the radio. See, all that success I had as a record producer, that was all part of it. All of it. The films and the TV and the radio, and that's all part of it.
So Dr. Ram, we are getting really low on time here, but I could go a couple minutes over, and if you could just give us a teaser, what? Because there's many.
Well, here's what we need. Here's what we need to preview in the next.
The shark.
Let's just go 30 days. Listen, everything is so mixed up and volatile right now. I don't want to extend past 30 days, okay?
Alright, but I think what I'm talking about is the shark. What exactly?
Oh, you're talking about my friend the Hammerhead.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Alright. I was fortunate enough to be part of a undersea exploration team that was headed by J. Manson Valentine and famed author Charles Berlitz. They wrote a book together called The Bermuda Triangle. Remember we talked about that?
Oh, yeah.
You said you had that book or knew of it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, I was fortunate enough, when I say hired, was nobody, I didn't ask for money and they never offered it. I was just thrilled to be part of it. I was hired to be part of an undersea exploration team that had been commissioned by the Bahamian government and the U.S. government to go search out a certain shipwreck site rumored through antiquity to be where many ships had been dashed upon a shoal. And through time, they estimated that there were as many as 10 to 12 ships that had been shipwrecked there, according to the Indians. You know, every island chain has its Indians. They had the Bahamas was infested with its own type of Indian culture. So they had their legends, right?
Yeah.
Well, off the northeast coast of the island of North Bimini, about 3.5 miles out, we had a marker buoy that we had put down. We had successfully found, and it was right where, like a half a mile from the edge of the trough of the Gulf Stream trench. The Gulf Stream trench is an empty space that looks like a huge walled off area at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. It's about 1,300 to 1,400 feet deep. The Gulf Stream Trench is 1,400 feet deep, and it's about 45 to 50 miles wide, and there's nothing down there because this whole river of water is traveling through it as if... Have you ever been to LA and seen their drain systems?
I've never been to California.
Well, LA's marvelous. I lived there for a number of years. I absolutely fell in love with the city, and after the quake, I fell not in love with it. I had to leave. Their storm drains are like 100 feet across. They're 20 feet high, and it's one concrete river, and sometimes when the floods come, it's got 10 feet of water in it. Can you imagine the power of that water running through that wall system?
Oh, yeah, I can.
Okay. There's nothing that stands in its way. Alright. So, we're talking about the south side of the Gulf Stream Trench. It literally drops down 12 to 1400 feet. But when it comes to when the edge of the trough comes to the surface, it's only about 13, 14 feet from the surface of the water. So, where that side of the trough ends on the south side of the trench, south side, no, western side, it's only 13 feet of water. And what would happen during these hurricanes and tempests, ships would get caught out there in that area and were driven by the winds and the currents, and they were dashed up against this western side wall of the trench, and they would be smashed apart, and the currents would take them another half a mile, 3/4 of a mile to where the current fell apart, and the ships would literally fall on one another. So this place that I'm telling you about had at least, we only uncovered 6 or 7 layers. There had to be 8 more layers. Ship after ship after ship. And there would be a ship, and then there'd be, soil over it, and seashells, a couple feet of sand, and then there'd be another one, and then there was another one. We actually found the shipwreck site that the Indians had been talking about for centuries. My job, so we were hired by the Bahamian government and the U.S. government to do careful research, grit it off, and just see what was there. So my job, and I worked 4 days a week. We worked Monday through Friday. My job was to be in the water, swimming the perimeter. The dive area was 75 yards, then 150, and then 75, and then 150. It was like a big rectangle.
Okay.
And I had a buoy at each corner. Okay.
And how did you and the shark?
Okay. Well, I'm just happy as a clam, loving every minute. I mean, I'm seeing all these beautiful fish. I could see the divers below. My job was to warn of sharks. Here I go. My job was to warn of the sharks and anything that came down into the field where the divers were. In other words, I was their eyes and ears under the water, okay?
Okay.
Alright, now, I'm happily swimming my parameter search, and I come around one corner, and I thought I heard a lot of commotion on the boat. So, I bring my head up enough out of the water, and I pull my mask off, and there's like my shipmates, they're all jumping. They're jumping up and down, and they're waving, and they're all pointing, and behind me, I don't know, maybe 20 yards, this big old hammerhead shark had been following me, just lazily following me as my swim. No mean intentions, no threatening, nothing. 20 yards behind me, he's swimming. If you've ever seen a hammerhead swim, they swim like a worm moves. Their whole bodies swim. Not just their tails. Their entire bodies swim. They go left and they go right. They propel themselves, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, they're all jumping up and down and shouting and screaming, "Shark! Shark!" So, I pivot and I turn around, and the moment I turned around, the shark stopped. Now here's the strange thing. Sharks, as you know, must keep moving in order to maintain their supply of oxygen. Their gills suck in the water, they discharge it, and they take off the oxygen. For some reason, this 18-foot hammerhead, its head rack was at least 6 to 8 feet across.
Jesus.
And they have eyes out at the end of their projection of their it's like a big bone structure. The eyes are that far out. The eyes on, like right in front where the nose would be, okay? So anyway, he stops. Now, he's still thrashing in the water very slowly, like in slow motion, but he's not going anywhere. So what I figured he was doing is he was still doing that, and he was sucking water into his gills, right? Because, you know, he's half submerged. Part of him's above the water, part of him's not. So I look at him, and of course I'm in an instant state of panic. And as clear as a bell, this very deep masculine type voice says, "You're safe." Just like that. You're safe. Just like that. You're safe. And I'm like, oh, okay. You know? And so...
But could you trust him?
Well, I hadn't even gotten that far yet. So I decide, you know, it's probably not a bad idea that while I'm sitting here doing nothing, why don't I kind of gingerly paddle out, you know, on my way to the boat, you know. What? You don't need to be sitting here thinking you're talking to a shark. A big one. By the way, hammerheads can be either very nice or very bad. That's how hammerheads are.
Yeah, kind of like people.
Yeah, like your friend Hill. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, so a little sip of orange. I make a cocktail up of half grapefruit juice and half Tropicana orange juice. It's a wonderful mixture together.
Well, if you enjoy it, then.
That's what I have with me just now. So, I start my little swim. And of course I've got him at the corner of my eye. I'm watching everything. So he starts on the move too. But he starts cutting across my quadrant as if, where do you think you're going? Right?
Yeah.
So, I somehow got the message, where the hell you think you're going? So I stopped in the water and he stopped. So I thought to myself, I seem to be hearing his thoughts, or I think I'm hearing his thoughts, or I think something or someone is talking to me. So I said to myself, do you think he could figure out what I'm thinking about? And before Michael Vara, star of your show, before I could finish the thought, he said, of course. Two words, of course. So, with that kind of communication available, where there's not a lot of words needed, communication became very easy. Do you understand?
I guess so.
And I was actually literally taking place in a mental telepathy conversation with a huge 18-foot hammerhead shark. And what he asked me was, why are you all here? This is a sacred site. Why are you here? And I had no answer for him other than I said scientific inquiry. And I did not get an answer back to scientific inquiry.
He says,
Other than he said, you should go, the Bahamian authorities are on their way. And I like in my head said, what? And he said, you should get going. The Bahamian authorities are on their way.
So this short shark was looking out for you.
Yes, he was. That's the whole point.
I'll be damned.
He said, go. Go now. Go. Just simple conversation. And I remember looking back, and as I looked back, it kind of shimmied back and forth like bye-bye, and all of a sudden it just slowly turned, and it went out, and then it just went underneath, and I never saw it again. I made it back, and I told them what happened. The only guy that took me seriously was Jim Richardson's son, who was the captain of the boat. And he said, uh-oh. What he did was he forgot to sign the paperwork for the non-disclosure before we left Grand Bahama and sailed back. And sure enough, we had gotten all packed up, and we were actually we were probably already a mile or two away from the site when the Bahamian boat intercepted us. And had they caught us at the site, they could have taken his license and confiscated his boat.
Yeah, so thank God for this
For the hammerhead shark.
English-speaking hammerhead shark. So that's incredible.
And it's a true story.
And you know, I'm not doubting you. I'm sure that if you're on the right frequency,
Now that doesn't mean I don't have a natural fear of sharks.
Yeah, see, you're better than me 'cause I guess, are crazier. You hung around to talk with them, I wouldn't have.
I have to, the next time we get on, I'll tell you about the wall of barracuda that I encountered on an earlier date.
Oh, hell, you know,
telling me the same thing, that I shouldn't be there. That's another story that'll blow you away.
Dr. Rand, we gotta do a show around Christmas time. We'll call it Story Time with Dr. Rand.
Oh, love it.
Love it. Yeah, we'll get into all these stories because I love it too. I mean, I could go on 2 more hours.
Well, it's all going to be in the memoir.
Alright, well, good.
Alright.
Alright.
Alright. So are we pretty well at the end here?
We are at the end, so the floor is yours for a moment, Dr. Rand. What do you want to get out there?
Just that, with what we've got coming up between the election and this weather pattern, and I'm worried about the rise in earthquakes, I just want to ask everybody to just step back, take 1 hour a day out of your busy schedules, and I know it's not easy. Maybe on the way home from work, do it. Just think about who you are, where you are, why you're at where you're at, and what would you do if a really bad emergency threw itself at you. And if you do that, you're going to get a little disturbed. And I want you to understand, because you suddenly realize you're no more prepared for what could be coming at you than the man on the moon. No one's prepared. I think I am, and I still think of things that I haven't prepared. So, with what's coming up, just be aware and alert. Love your family. Love yourself. if you're not healthy and you're not wise and you're not on your feet and conscious, you want a bit of good to anyone, especially you're not good to yourself. Alright? So until we meet next time, God bless. Have a great weekend coming up, and keep your eyes and ears open, because I think this political thing is going to get more and more dramatic and interesting as we go.
Alright, sounds good, Dr. Rand. Listen, thank you so much, and give a little attention to the kiddies who are rolling around during
They're
the
all
show.
asleep right now.
Okay.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Thanks, everybody. Talk to you soon.
Alright, good night, Dr. Rand. Bye-bye. Alright, folks, there he goes, Dr. Jason Rand. And thank you for listening to the first hour of Late Night in the Midlands. To finish listening to this episode, go to lnmradionetwork.com and become a subscriber. Becoming a subscriber is easy. There is a link on every page to take you to the subscription page. The cost is low, and you would be supporting Late Night in the Midlands and all of our efforts to bring you the truth. Again, go to lnmradionetwork.com, click on the subscribe button, and you can finish listening to this episode as well as all of the other shows that are in our archives.
Eric von Däniken's hypothesis will have an increasing effect on society, science, literature, and art. The search for extraterrestrial intelligence is a concern that affects all of humanity.
For me, it's like souvenirs of the past. Some of our human forefathers had contact with extraterrestrials. They were here, they visited us, they were in contact. Something happened in the deep past, and it will happen again in the future.
The author of the sensational international bestseller and the most compelling non-fiction publication of all time is back in London for the first time in 25 years to celebrate Chariots of the Gods' 50th anniversary. Eric von Däniken Legacy Night. In this 2-hour special, you are invited to share with Eric his most influential discoveries and revelations. Learn about his incredible life journey as an author and researcher. Meet the team behind the highly anticipated Chariots of the Gods 360-degree entertainment franchise. Eric Von Däniken Legacy Night, live streamed from the Princess Anne Theater, BAFTA 195, Piccadilly, London, October 15th, 2016. For more information and to purchase tickets, please visit zoharstargate.com.